this is what we're going to have to work with. What I did not see change, though, was the 70% requirement, which I found to be kind of surprising and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That said, they may be more amenable to a waiver if that was something that we wanted to consider in the future, if that's the route that we took. But.
Councilmember Driscoll, I think you're absolutely on the right track. Just yesterday, Asheville's
Yes.
action plan was rejected. And it was rejected because of some of its focus on small and minority-owned businesses. And, we've heard from others who've done some of the economic development work that that's a little bit harder to do. And so I think your path, which is something we've already talked a little bit about internally, is a focus on housing and infrastructure, is exactly where we are. And we believe that is also exactly where HUD will be.
Okay. Okay, good. As far as, could someone remind me why Hurricane Milton was not included in this? Was it the date?
We have reached out to HUD to inquire about that.
Yeah.
Because it's not clear to any of us why Milton would not have been included. Milton is included in the county's allocation, so that's something we have made the county aware of, that we did not receive an allocation for it. But we've reached out to HUD to alert them to it and inquire as to the reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not heard anything back definitively. No.
Because we had Helene and Milton were two very different storms. With different kinds of impact on us. And so I do, unless something changes, we have to focus on, Adelia and Helene, which is
A very different kind of event.
Yeah. And that can be a little bit tricky because we were still responding to one and suddenly we're responding to two. And there's some crossover, but there's also some different, because they were different storms.
Councilmember Driscoll, I think the advice that we've received around this is actually advantageous for us to leave it alone in some ways, that even if HUD were to allow us to include Milton, the allocation isn't going to change. And so there's, a strategy to think through around being able to talk to the county about the funding available for Milton that they have. Since even if HUD included Milton in our allocation, we don't believe that the formula, if you read the register, the formula is pretty specific, and I don't think it's going to change the dollar allocation that we've received.
Okay. Do we have any kind of, I might know the answer to this, any kind of timeline on when we will be, when the new rules will be published?
80% likely by next Thursday.
Excellent. One thing I'd like to learn more about, and I do not want to take up, I want to save time for others to talk, but this could be a follow-up conversation that we could have. I'd like to have a much better understanding of the category of mitigation versus housing or infrastructure, because there is crossover there, and since we don't have a list of examples, I would like to have a better handle on that.
Yep.
And then finally, I have a question for Logan.
She's still here.
Yeah, hi.
Sorry.
Yeah, so looking on the Sunrise St. Pete website,
Yes.
which looks great, by the way, very easy to see all the info.
Thank you.
It says survey coming soon. Do you know when that will be launched?
That will be launched March 24th.
So 2 days before?
2 days before City Hall on Tour. You'll be able to fill it out at City Hall on Tour if you have questions about, we'll have like an activation so you can see other potential projects that may be able to be included in something like this. Because I think to your question, it's really hard to understand what these examples would be. So we'll hopefully have some more visuals of that. And then it'll be open after City Hall on tour for those who may have missed the event or weren't able to attend
Okay.
for about a week.
Okay, will you have promotional signage or anything at our libraries, inviting people to take the surveys there for those who don't have access? Will you have printed copies available at the City Hall on tour or elsewhere for those who either need to or prefer to fill out something by hand?
We will have materials at all of the rec centers and libraries. We will have materials for that, but I think we have still discussed the paper option for the survey because I believe it's a pretty lengthy survey. So, Horn, do you guys have?
It's pretty brief.
It is,
Yeah.
okay, so we
Yeah, for
will
the
be able to
residents.
do
Yep.
printed.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know it's hard, you guys do a great job getting the word out, but I think about some of the people that we really, that were impacted, that we need to hear from. Don't forget the Sunshine Center.
Absolutely, okay.
If you have access to or ask council members for ideas on beyond city facilities, where this needs to get out. So I can't help but think about the senior apartments here downtown where they lost power and we had some trouble there. Those are folks who maybe they go to the Sunshine Center, but maybe they're at home a lot more because they are elderly. We want to hear from them too. We want to make sure that this really has a broad reach.
Absolutely, and maybe we can all work together. We can supply you guys with some materials as well to get to your neighborhood association places. So absolutely, if there's specific places, we can certainly talk about that.
Right,
but-
and we know our districts. We know where our people go and where they can be reached for this. So thank you for having multiple ways to participate in the survey. And with this, is it going to be a lot of open-ended questions or rankings or yes, nos?
It's a combination, so there's some open-ended, asking folks about what they want to see and what they experienced, and some ranking of the big buckets of the eligible activities, so we can get a sense of relative priority for.
Right, yeah. We want to make sure that we're managing expectations because this is, there's a lot we can do, and yet there are limits.
Yep.
So, if
And so-
someone can see,
Yeah. A big piece of the collateral that we're developing, both for City Hall on tour and to accompany the survey, is plain language explaining to folks some of the rules of the road so that they
Right.
can engage with the survey in a way that's meaningful and is managing those
yeah.
expectations.
Because I could see someone getting hung up and a lot of people getting hung up with the affordable housing aspect because that's such a hot topic. But then again, there are probably a lot of people who would say, I'd like to be able to flush my toilet during a storm. So we want to make sure that the questions are created in a way that really make people think about and remember what their needs were before, during, and after the storm. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Looking forward to further conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. And looking at time, I'm going to cut a couple of my questions out, but I do want to share my same concern. Logan, I was going to start off with you since you were sitting there, but when I think about I know when I think about those in the 80% AMI, we do know that technology is not something that may be easily available for them. They don't do the libraries, so I'm hoping we have taken an assessment of all the media sources out there, so that they can. They're gonna take the survey, but the first question they're gonna ask, I don't want to do a survey. I want to apply for the dollars. So we're going to have to be able to say that narrative when we ask them to take the survey. So hopefully we have that already prepared. I also agree, I would love to know what falls into each of these categories. I'm done, Logan.
Oh, you
Thank
are,
you.
okay.
Which falls in each of those categories, so we can look at when the survey comes back, some of the things that we've probably had assessed. I also realize we have 7 categories. You all, have you thought about approximately, I know we haven't done the survey yet, but what dollar amounts have you kind of worked at, you know, a preliminary estimate of what each category may?
I think based on what we know of the impacts that we've seen so far, we had already sort of honed in on housing and infrastructure as being the 2 largest needs. So that's been where a lot of our focus is. But again, it's that block of clay that's going to continue to be molded and shaped. But that's where we're looking at for the largest chunk of the funding.
And the reason why I asked is because I do know HUD, they in stone with them. Would they be flexible if one category, throughout the process, we've taken the survey, we've determined a dollar amount, but throughout the process, we realized this category really needed more money than we planned for? Would we have that flexibility?
You can do amendments to your action plan, council member, and I guess I would say the good news is that y'all have already done some of the legwork on this, right? We launched the We Are St. Pete Fund this week.
Okay.
You helped us determine caps and programs you'd like to see for homeowners in that, as well as renters. So I think that would be a good starting point for us to discuss with Horn as we look at the action plan. And, you know, that's something you've already kind of helped us along with, and we have some ideas there of the types of things you care about. I do think it's important for us to highlight what was shared earlier about that public services component. There is a 15% cap on that. But that program is important because it was one of HUD's ways to address the fact that renters often feel left out of HUD's programs, that so much of their programs are focused on home ownership. And so we know home ownership is a priority for Mayor Welch. We also know it's a priority for this council. But we also know that, you know, we have 40% of renters in our city and they've been impacted, and that's something you care about as well. And so we'll be looking to address that in the action plan.
Thank you so much, because you are so right about that. So one of the things that did raise some hairs was reimbursing those that have already done pay for their recovery that is completed. And I know that we're looking at the 80% AMI, and I'm trying to, I don't want to be a part of how you're going to decide that works. So are you going to put those that still need to get the work done ahead of those that have already done it? Because this is first come, first served application process, right?
Well, the application process has not been designed yet.
Okay.
In terms of prioritization and how intake is done. That would be sort of the next step in program design.
And I'll also emphasize that the repaying folks who have already completed repairs, again, that was just mentioned in terms of that is something that other grantees have done. That is not necessarily something we have to do or something that we're, have on the table currently.
Okay, well, don't put that in the atmosphere, because all one person has to do is to hear that, and that's a part of the program. So if that's not something that you're going to do, I'll wait until you decide what that looks like before you mention it, because they're going to want to know why. And the reason why I asked this because of the timing and how this is going to work. And I am in full agreement on using local talent. We have a lot of local talent here for the public service piece, for the administration piece. I think we should use contractors that may have that unique expertise that you spoke about. If we could probably provide some type of incentive for their use of subcontracting local talent, but there is a very strong personal preference for local talent to be used in the city of St. Petersburg. And my last question is the administrative dollars. Are those all going outside, or are we going to use expertise that are already city staff, city team? Have you all decided what that administration piece looks like? Because again, I want to stay as local as possible when we're expending these dollars.
Yeah.
So have you thought about that?
So we're trying to be very strategic about how we use those administrative dollars and how we're leveraging the team and the talent we already have here. So But what we do want to make sure we're doing is when there is expertise that we don't have in-house, like expertise with disaster recovery funding through HUD, that we're bringing in that outside expertise and filling our own blind spots. But we are working as much as possible to leverage the resources we have in-house. So the department that was created, it was my existing team moving into that department where we're continuing to do all of the grant management and administration functions we typically would do and layering in the CDBG DR component because of some of the efficiencies that we've been able
Okay,
to
and like the
find.
public service piece, is that going to be advertised that those positions are requested or needed? Or we need a certain organization that to provide something that we've decided is a part of the public service piece?
So as Amy mentioned, we're already reaching out to those nonprofits that are
Okay.
already providing public services.
Okay.
So they're helping inform that understanding of unmet needs. And yes, the intent is that, you know, if they were providing the service, that makes sense that they
Okay.
would be the ones that.
And they're already in our procurement process, right? They're already vendors for us, or,
We're just not to that stage yet, Councilman.
oh, you're not there yet? Okay. All right, well, then I'll wait before we share any of this information since we're still a high level on this. I do appreciate that, and I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all so much for being with us today. I really appreciate it. Learned a lot. One question and then a couple of comments. First question goes back to activity and services. Food insecurity. That's a big issue in St. Pete. Could those dollars be used to address that?
So food insecurity could fall under that public services bucket.
Good information. Thank you for sharing that. And then also, just wanted to point out, actually, it's a question. I don't know if this is going to be legal, administration, or you all from Horn. When we talk about activities and the flexibility in activities, could any of these dollars be allocated towards the gas plant redevelopment?
If there was infrastructure that was impacted as a result of the storm or mitigation needs that would respond to the storm that happened to coincide with that physical area, yes, but it's not, these are not redevelopment dollars. They are for making us more resilient to future storms.
Just to clarify, it has to be for infrastructure. Thank you. And then also, I really solicit the guidance of you all at Horn because you are the experts and you know what HUD is looking for and what they need. So I ask for one-on-ones because I'd like to know, what is the best use of these funds? What have other cities across the country done when they got these dollars to meet the needs of their constituents and their communities? Also, related to outreach, I would recommend that you all collaborate with some of our community partners like the NAACP, CDAT, even some of our faith-based partners, the Urban League, the Foundation for a Healthy St. Pete. They have mailing lists, they have connections that we can rely on, boots on the ground. That's really what we're going to need. To Councilmember Vic Sanders' point, we have so many residents who aren't brought into this conversation already. In the last 24 hours alone, I've received 5 text messages. When are we going to get these dollars? What's going on? Well, we have the same questions as you. We're waiting to see. Patience is a virtue, I understand that, but I'd love for us to be intentional with trying to reach those folks in a timely manner because the last thing we want to do 2 weeks out, hey, by the way, we're having this event and we want you there. I would love to be as proactive as we can, even utilizing things like social media and Nextdoor. And then also our schools as well, because I've had teachers and principals asking me, hey, I have parents who are in need. What is the city doing? So let's also reach out to our school partners in Pinellas County so they know what's going as well. And then lastly, I just want to make sure that we ensure that the needs of our most vulnerable populations are met, specifically our low to median income families, those single families, single parent families, our elderly folks who are on Social Security. What I don't want to see is more gentrification happen as a result of this. I don't want more dollars going to certain communities. I want to make sure that the distribution of these funds is equitable and transparent. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thank you. Councilmember Garber.
Just a quick follow-up to Councilmember Gibbons' last comment. I do just want to be very clear about the purposes when it comes to working very collaboratively to save our coastal neighborhoods. Not everyone that lives in a coastal neighborhood is affluent by any means. There are a lot of lower income, there are a lot of seniors who live in these neighborhoods. And what I want everybody to really remember is that a lot of this conversation is about a vision for our future, for our city collectively. Climate gentrification is real. And if we do not work to save our coastal neighborhoods, all of those residents will look for other places in the city to live, and we will continue to push out residents who have long time been generational in lower valued neighborhoods, and we will continue to have the exacerbated problem of gentrification throughout our entire city. So it is a much bigger issue than the nuance that continues to be the rhetoric of all of these neighborhoods along the coast are affluent and we should be doing things to help others. We should be doing things to help our entire city. No one should be left behind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I just have, I really only have one question on the presentation. Thank you so much for giving us this update. This was super helpful, and I think my colleagues hit on a lot of the things that I was going to talk about. Just real quick on page 6, when you talked about the grantee prepares, publishes action plan, administer, implements recovery, and then there was a comment about a line of credit. I don't need to go like way down the rabbit hole, but can you just talk about the funding? Is that the funding mechanism? It's a line of credit. Could you just give us like a 2-minute overview, 30,000-foot view?
You want to cover that?
Sure. So when so these funds typically operate on a reimbursement basis. So when you execute a grant agreement, the funds will become available in a system called DRGR. And actually, Tyler and I used to administer the system at HUD, so we know a good deal about how that works. But that when they're available in DRGR, you'll have to develop a DRGR action plan, which is really, that's your access point to your funds. So when you expend funding, you pay for X, Y, or Z, you then submit a voucher in DRGR to be reimbursed for that. That runs through what's called the line of credit control system, LOCKS, at HUD, and that is based in Fort Worth. It's connected to Treasury, and then that's how you get Treasury funding through HUD, through DRGR to your bank account. It only takes a couple days, though.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty good.
You would be it's
Because that explanation made it seem
Yeah, I
like
know. I was like,
we were going to add a 30-day timeline onto the timeline.
I led the suspense up to that. I apologize. It only takes a couple of days.
That was good.
But this is distinct from like ARPA where we receive a lump sum
Right.
upfront.
Okay. That was really the big understanding that I want, the kind of the nuance there, and I appreciate that.
I will just say Lee County right now, they have I think it's a weekly draw for just under $5 million. They got over $1 billion. So they have it. You create a system and you put a process in place, and you can keep that money flowing quickly. So you're not outlaying funding for a long period of time. You actually are able to get reimbursed back into the city.
Okay.
City accounts. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And I think there were some really good ideas. Logan, you don't need to come up here, but about surrounding marketing and making sure we're getting out, rec centers, libraries, things like that. Immediately, my head went to, because I'm sure you're going to be able to access this via your phone, like a QR code at the rec centers, pickleball courts, tennis courts, baseball fields, things like that, where all of these families right now, just spring season, they're there, and it's citywide. And so my guess is you figured that out already, but I figured I'd say it out loud. Okay, that's all I had. Again, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for all the work so far. I'm looking forward to this continued collaboration. This is going to be a big deal. I know we've said a couple of times it's not $1 billion, but $160 million goes a long way. I think we all can agree with that. Looking forward to continuing to work with administration on this. This is going to be impactful. Really looking forward to it. Okay, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, we'll adjourn the committee of the whole for March 13th. Thank you, everybody.
2 minutes
Thank you.
is fair.
I
Good job,
know,
Chair.
come on.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
water, right? So of course it was the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. And I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. and it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again. And 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are. The Art of Being St. Pete.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity.
Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses.
We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love.
Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3. We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete, and essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the city of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the city of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that for the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening. But we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
A lot of these baseball fans go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for
us. In St. Pete, when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off, and he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Tampa-based Congresswoman Kathy Castor. I'm so happy to be home here in St. Pete. Just got back from Washington late yesterday. We are going to honor some real community heroes today. We're so grateful for this community. The last time I was here in the police department was, it was kind of the command center after Hurricane Helene, or during Hurricane Helene and Milton. And Mayor, thank you for your leadership throughout this storm season. We have a lot of work to do on rebuilding, but can you come up and say good morning before we get started? Great.
Y'all give Congresswoman Castor a hand, please. Congresswoman Castor, I want to thank you for your leadership, not only during a storm event, but every day of the year for our community and for our city. You're right. This is kind of This brings back memories. I was looking at Amber, walking back in this room. It was 5 months ago that we were in this room dealing with Milton, and it's a testament to our community, to the folks in this room, how far we've come in 5 months, how we pulled together as a community. Today we honor not only community members, but also members of our St. Pete team who, even going through those storms, they were personally affected. And I can tell you, even as I was doing press conferences in this room, I did not know that some of our team leaders who were in the press conference were dealing with 4 feet of water in their home at the time. So they didn't know if they had a home to go home to, yet they were doing the best thing for our community. And we came through it strongly. We came through it with our community being safe because of the work of team members across our community, but I want to focus on the City of St. Pete teams who, in several departments, made sure folks were safe, folks were moved out of harm's way, and then folks were able to go back to their neighborhoods when it was safe to do so. And that's really a testament to the folks who you're going to recognize. So I want to thank you for making this recognition happen. I also want to thank our team members on the St. Pete City Council, and Councilmember Deborah Fix Sanders is with us today, so thank you for your partnership as well. And to all our city council members and our city team, thank you for making us, I think, set the standard for public service in the City of St. Pete. And Congresswoman Castor, thank you for recognizing them today. So thank you all for being here.
You know, I've grown up here, lived here all my life, and I know many of you have as well, and this really was the worst hurricane season in our lifetimes, and causing so much damage to people's homes, their livelihoods. But what I saw during these unprecedented times was unprecedented heroism and commitment from public servants. And I'm grateful to Mayor Welch, Councilwoman Fig Sanders, and I see Nikki Capehart from the Urban League. That was an important backstop for neighbors. Chief Holloway, Chief Watts, all of you in this room, all of the first responders. What I witnessed at that time was just incredible commitment to our neighbors. There are a few people who really deserve a pat on the back, though, and public acknowledgement. So I've been doing these Hurricane Hero acknowledgements. It was because in the aftermath, especially during that time between Helene and then the stress of Milton, looking like a buzzsaw out in the Gulf, there were people who just were undaunted and said, we're going to get through this no matter what. And then when Milton dumped more rain than we've ever seen in our lifetimes and flooded people out and they lost power, it simply marked one of the most challenging times in this community. But again, the people who stood up are absolute heroes, and we simply didn't want months to pass without thanking them publicly and making sure that their service and commitment was held up. So we're going to acknowledge each of these recipients today. They were nominated. We put out a call for Hurricane Heroes to make sure we were capturing the heroism. And the first was nominated by St. Pete Police Chief Tony Holloway and St. Pete Fire Chief Keith Watts, Amber Bolding. Why don't you all come on up, because I'm gonna tell everybody of what you did. Amber's with the St. Petersburg Fire Department. She was nominated for her exemplary leadership and unwavering dedication during the hurricanes. Most notably during Hurricane Helene, she and her family were experiencing being flooded out of her own home. Her husband and children were being evacuated, but Amber stayed true to her commitment to her neighbors and stayed on the job guiding the city's emergency response. She refused, it was never even a question that she was going to leave her post. That's the kind of public servant she is. She worked to ensure the safety of this community. Her selflessness and commitment to the well-being of all of our neighbors across St. Petersburg simply exemplified the highest standards of public service. Nothing short of heroic. So Amber and Chief, do you want to come up, Chief, and brag a little bit about this extraordinary public service?
I most certainly will. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Castor, and thank you, Mayor, for your guidance and leadership through the hurricanes. Amber, if you look up in the dictionary, I'm sorry, I'm dating myself. If you Google, best emergency manager, you will find a picture of Amber. So Congresswoman Castor laid out some of the reasons why Amber was nominated, but I think I will speak on the character of Amber, and obviously, as was mentioned, Amber did a tremendous job guiding us through those hurricanes, and even in fact, while going through some of the personal challenges. And you know, a lot of us didn't know, Mayor, that Amber was going through some of that until midway through it. So Amber, again, thank you. It's a pleasure to work with you. You are a tremendous asset for not only the fire department, but for the fire rescue department, but for the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you for everything that you do.
I'll try to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
So, first, thank you so much, Congresswoman Castor. The Congresswoman has been here, a familiar face in our Emergency Operations Center, from well before the storms, during the storms, through the storms, and still advocating for our community. So first and foremost, thank you so much. And just the spirit of these awards and traveling around and honoring people who put in the work, whew, it's very appreciated. Walking into this media room, like Mayor, I haven't been in here since, the press conferences. And at first I thought, this will be easy because, I'm not talking about bad news. I get to come, something positive, and that's not true. This is much scarier. I feel like I need to look up a weather forecast. Thank you. This means a lot. It's really easy, and I want to say I'm just doing my job, right? This is what I'm hired to do. It was certainly a challenging year. We say it takes a village, and it truly does. And it's not just my village at home. My husband, my kids are here. They got, put through the ringer as well. Stand up. Without my home village, I certainly couldn't do what I do. But my family here at work, my city, my city family, my fire family, not only with the wonderful city team that I'm surrounded by that helps make my job much easier, especially in those types of situations. Everybody's a leader and everybody steps up and everybody's the hurricane hero. But even further than that, so that I could stay at work. When I went home to try to pull drywall and dry out my house, after working here all day, sometimes there were people at my house, I weren't even sure who they were, that was wheeling out, wet drywall, and I'm just like, wow, and just the support that just surrounded us. I am forever grateful for that. To my fire family who came out and, measured the drywall, cutting out drywall, hauling it out for us, the village is really what I take from that, and what I'm so thankful for here at the city. So thank you, Mayor, our council, so supportive. Our Congress, thank you so much for what you do. And very humbled. Again, this is way scarier than dealing with a hurricane right now. So I appreciate all of you for coming out, and to the fellow award members. You are all amazing. Thank you.
Amber, I'm so glad that your family could be here to see this too. Next is Lenny Rowe and Jacoby Chambliss. They were nominated by Claude Tankersley, our Public Works Director here in St. Pete. So Lenny and Jacoby, would you all come up? All right, so let's face it, during the storms, it was pretty dangerous to be out on the roads. You had people who didn't evacuate, who at the last minute or after the storms were trying to hit the roads, there were emergency responders on the streets. And it was pretty dangerous because as we lost power and the wind and floods knocked out a lot of public services, it really took a hammer to our traffic signals. Lenny and Jacoby went above and beyond. They are experts here with the Traffic Operations Division for the city. They were working days and nights during the entire emergency, even as the storm surge, the winds, and Milton included, they bear down on us. They worked to restore 200 signalized intersections that were severely damaged, just completely knocked out during the storms. So I want to thank you. You all have probably saved lives because people were frantic. They were trying to get out of harm's way. As their homes flooded, many of them just took to the streets just trying to find a safe place to go. And you all made sure that they could get there safely, working day and night. Really, you went above and beyond, and I'm so grateful for your service. Claude, what do you think? Can you come and share a little bit about their story?
So I can't add too much more than what the Congresswoman said, but I do want to hit on the point about the over 200 intersections. We have just over 300 intersections within the city of St. Pete. So 2/3 of our intersections were damaged during the storm. And normally during a storm, we might lose power to an intersection, but the signal heads are still there, the cabinets are still working. In this case, we had signal heads completely lost. They were hanging by a thread. We had cabinets that had to be completely replaced. And so this team had to get all of that up and running as quickly as possible, and we are indebted to you and very grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Come on, Miss Lynn. Well, like she said, yeah, we had quite a time during the storms. Like she said, over 200 intersections. Seems like more than that. Yeah. Over 200 intersections were down, and like you said, we lost a lot of power. We lost a lot of signals, a lot of cabinets that we got to get replaced and restored. It was a tough time, but traffic signals team, they all stood up. I'd like them to stand up and give yourself a hand. We got Mr. Jackson, AJ Clinton. Yeah, this is some of my traffic signal team. We got our director over here. He put together a good team to get these things done. Not only the intersections, but we did preparations for the storm with the sandbags, and we did countless hours of sandbagging. So I just want to thank everybody. It's a special award. We do it for no recognition, but it's always nice to be recognized. So we appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. You did good. You recognized the team. As long as you recognize the team, I'm good.
Come on, Miss Lynn. And I also want to thank my mom, dad. Thank my mom and dad. Thank my wife. My wife also came out today. And I appreciate you guys showing up, showing me the support.
And actually,
thank you.
What I was going to say, ditto. I want to thank my daughter and my wife for their support. You did? You did the same.
Good job.
Did he look sharp or what? Yeah. Like it. Next is Nancy Dunham. who was nominated by Nikki Gaskin-Capehart, the CEO of Pinellas County Urban League. Nancy, come on. You're going to love this story. Nancy Dunham is a small business owner here in St. Pete of Fancy Nancy Professional Services, and she's a navigator for the Pinellas County Urban League's Next Level Urban Alliance Entrepreneurial Center. She was instrumental in crafting an impromptu hometown recovery haulers program to remove debris after the storms. You all know what the streets look like here in St. It was unlike anything we had ever seen, and so frustrating because it was the tangible mark of the pain and destruction and the draw on our wallets. And you know, people were very frustrated, I know, because it stayed out there for days, and you're used to the swift pickup of everything in St. Pete. But the extent of this was unlike anything we have ever seen. So the Hometown Recovery Haulers was a stroke of genius. By working with small hauling businesses, the City of St. Pete, the Urban League, and community leaders, Nancy's hard work and leadership earned local hauling small businesses close to $1.5 million as they were out on the street getting it done. They hauled over 5,247 loads to collection sites and really helped move the City of St. Pete into this disaster response into a real recovery, and brought people peace of mind and helped us get back on our feet. What do you think, Nikki? What can you say?
I actually want to ask Councilmember Deborah
Deborah,
to come
yeah,
forward
come on.
because it was her and myself and Dr. Tomlin and Gypsy Gallardo.
That sounds like a get it done team.
Yeah, so we all come to this work from a place of having collaborated before together. And we knew that there would be some opportunities for the community to step in because I've always said before, government cannot do it alone. And so as an Urban League partner, working with all of our elected officials and our community groups and then our grassroots entrepreneurs who really understand and could make the connection like Nancy did to those other haulers so that we can continue to build generational wealth and share some of the love across the spectrum of disaster recovery. And that is what we wanted to do. We were all determined from the beginning to work on recovery and resiliency. And this was one of those innovative programs that we should all be proud of. And other cities are taking note and modeling what we're doing here in St. Pete. So let's not take that for granted. Thank you so much, Nancy, for answering the charge, getting people registered immediately. We were all pushed, just everything we could to get people there as soon as possible to take advantage of this opportunity. So we just want to thank you again. Councilmember Faith Sanders, you want to say anything?
Ditto.
Oh gosh. So first and foremost, I want to thank you guys all for being here. On behalf of the Hometown Haulers, first and foremost, what I do want to do is take a moment of silence in the midst of this hurricanes. We have lost two of my haulers. To me, it's like my haulers because they are part of my program per se. So I do want to do a moment of silence to Mr. Patrick Ruffin, and then we also had Clinton Blue, who passed away unfortunately after this here happened. So they're no longer with us. If you guys don't mind, please take a moment of silence for them. All right, thank you guys. Now, as far as the Hometown Haulers program goes in itself, I would definitely have to give a big shout out to Miss Nikki K. Part of the Urban League in itself. Just for one, believing in me, and two, giving me the opportunity to actually reach out to my local community. In the midst of that there, I was able to accumulate all those people quickly, because one thing about it, haulers, no haulers, tours, no tours, plumbers, no, so it's just a network. All you have to do is get the word out. What I will say in the midst of me recruiting these people here is that I was able to have intimate conversations with them, conversations that they would not have shared on a regular day with other people. In the midst of one of these conversations, what I want to share with you guys is just one person, and privacy-wise, I won't say who it is, but they actually divulged and told me that they were a second away from taking their life, meaning that they were $1,500 short of being the man of their household. He's a husband, so he's a provider. And he's been constantly trying to get, employed with the city, trying to do different jobs, to keep his house afloat and just be that man that his father taught him to be. This program allowed him to make, originally, he was also grateful too. Originally, the program started off at $200 a load. Shortly after, our mayor of St. Pete increased their pay to additional $100, so they went up to $100. He didn't care, he was out there with the $200. But $300 a load, he was able to change that deficit that he had in his household. Since then, he has opened up an LLC. He's currently working with the Pinellas County Urban League with their Next Level Alliance unit. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for that program in itself. That program has continued that momentum of this Hometown Haulers, and they're recruiting intentionally small businesses of the community to help them advance whatever areas they were suffering in. They have programs. They're connected naturally with the greenhouse, SMBC. There are so many programs that they naturally have resources with, and they're willing to put these people with it. We have seen success in it, so I'm definitely happy to be a part of that program. Ms. Nikki did take me on as one of her business navigators there, so and despite that, I do have one of my haulers in this audience with me also, who I'd like to share my stage with also. I'm not one person who takes all the credit for anything, but I do share my space also. I do want to say a special thank you to our mayor, Mayor Welch in general, because sometimes, even though he's the mayor, he does not make these options. These things happen by himself. So the fact that he was pushing these issues and believed in the community, and I have a advantage of this also. I'm part of his leadership alliance. And within his pillars of his leadership alliance, he states that he wants to keep all his money in the city of St. Pete. What is the best way to keep it? We have money. Let's find our local people. Let's give it to them. And then, because keep in mind, most of us do not want to leave St. Pete. We're being forced to leave. There's not like, we have things we want to do here, but if we had the income and, our businesses are flourishing, we will stay longer. So I do want to call right now Mr. Ronald Gibson just to do a brief police glimpse of his experience with that. Mr. Gibson was one of my original placard holders. That's what the city of St. Pete called them, placard holders. And in the midst of him coming in, I actually spoke to him separately and told him to subcontract so that we can have additional people in more households be able to get covered with that money that was available for him. And he was one of the people that took that lead for me, and I appreciate you for that also.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr.
How's everyone?
Good. Great.
This program, it allowed us to, I hired, I believe, 30 people. We started 5 businesses, LLCs, one being a chicken wing business. Also, we have a tree service, and also my son, who just turned 20, who was part of the program, he started his own hauling company. We were trying to. This was the first time. I have a remodeling business, so I'm used to always trying to help people. I put my remodeling business on hold to help because it was crazy to ride to $1 million houses to go work and see all these people whole life belongings in front that I knew I can do something to help. Ms. Nancy reached out to me and gave me an opportunity to put some things together. We put our heads together, and it was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. We definitely cleaned up the city. We wish it could have lasted longer, but I think we know what to do if we run into this problem again. And it was a beautiful thing. I thank everyone who was involved in it, especially who gave Ms. Nancy this opportunity to do this, because I met so many great people out there, not just the workers, the haulers, but the homeowners as well. And yeah, it was a good thing that you all guys came collectively together to put this program together. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Mayor, that must make you feel. So were you wiping your eye a little bit? You had something in your eye? Because isn't that so true, how important it is to keep the dollars circulating locally rather than try to bring in outside contractors, because those dollars circulate and they help lift up everyone. Next, Roger Johnson, who's an engineering design manager with the stormwater division here at the city, was nominated by Claude Tankersley. This is another great story because Roger led the efforts to develop the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, for involving all of the stormwater he's done this in the 4 months since Milton. SPAR is an accelerated approach to strengthening the city's infrastructure, ensuring long-term resilience in the face of climate challenges. And this really shined a light on a lot of the weaknesses, and we better prepare now, and it's better to spend those repair dollars making our infrastructure stronger and more resilient, because it's going to save us money the next time we're hit by a storm. During this time, he was also dealing with the loss of his own Shore Acres home from Hurricane Helene. He also had to deal with the deaths of 2 primary family members in the same 4-month period. But he never stopped taking care of the city, while he was also taking care of his storm-displaced family. Roger, you're an example of the unbelievable talent here in the city of St. Petersburg, that you would devote your time and talents to making this community stronger at a time when you're personally dealing with so much pain is simply an example for all of us. We can all, no matter what your challenge in life, take the example of Roger and understand that you're not alone out there, that there are a lot of folks going through so much. But oftentimes if you're working for a broader purpose, that can help get you through. So Claude, what did you see during this time from Roger?
I also appreciate, Congresswoman, you allowing me to come up here twice. I have an amazing team, a team that's dedicated to protecting this community. And one of the things that attracted me to Roger's contributions was the fact that unless you knew him, you wouldn't know what he was going through outside of work. He's definitely an unsung hero. He's a behind-the-scenes kind of person that will support you and build you up, but he doesn't like this limelight. So I know right now he's cussing me in his mind. But the thing that's really, really important, I want all of you to remember, and I want our audience to remember this: SPAR. Everybody, we need to memorize SPAR, St. Pete Agile Resilience. It's a way of getting things done quickly now to prepare for future storms. And the thing that Roger did was in a 4-month period, he put together a $250 million program for our stormwater system, for a 5-year program, in a 4-month period that actually usually takes us several years to put together. And he put it together in a 4-month period under the stress and strain not only of his job but his personal life. Never complained, never let anybody know what was going on, and always delivered. So, in future storms, when you see the improvements to our stormwater systems and you're grateful for it, I want you to remember SPAR, and I want you to remember Roger Johnson.
First off, I want to thank everyone for being here. Thanks for setting us up. I can talk about SPAR if you want. First off, I had a really hard time when Claude called me about this. The whole hero name is hard for me to take credit for, honestly. So I really want to accept this for the people around me, personally and professionally, because without them, none of this would be possible. So this isn't me being a hero. This is me doing, like Amber said, what I'm supposed to be doing. Sometimes life gets in the way, but you got to keep moving forward. So our SPAR program is that. It's going to try and help expedite some of the things forward to help us be more resilient in the future. Again, we were tasked with an assignment to put together a program. It wasn't me, it was all of us putting this together. So again, I want to accept this based off of everybody around me supporting me and everybody around me helping build this program, and we look forward to moving it forward. Thanks.
That's incredible. Thank you. Next is Logan Smith. Yay! Nominated by Mayor Welch and Yolanda Fernandez, a Community Awareness Division Manager for St. Pete PD. Come on up, Mayor and Yolanda. Great. Good morning, Logan. Come on over here.
I'm never up at the podium. I'm typically back there.
Guess what? Logan was nominated by as a hurricane hero as she worked incredibly long hours in the Emergency Operations Center. Those were long, long days and nights during and after the storm. She worked to ensure that everyone across the city of St. Pete could be in touch with each other, could effectively made sure really that the city's vital information could reach residents. It was truly remarkable to see how Logan maintained a professional demeanor and continued to work diligently on behalf of the city, again, even while her home suffered significant damage and her family was displaced. She didn't even take time to go to her home to see the extent of the devastation until her work in the Emergency Operations Center was finished. You are a remarkable public servant. There was so much swirling around, I mean literally swirling around, and you understood what was happening better than just about everyone. And yet, even in the midst of this, with your family, your home, your neighbors, you stayed on task and made sure that the entire city and all of our neighbors could get the most reliable information. We're grateful to you. What do you think, Mayor?
I'm going to let Yolanda go first.
All right, Yolanda, what do you think?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I have to say that during emergency situations, Logan and I work on the communications team together. But everything that you see that comes from the city, the website, those debris handouts so that you know what to do with your debris, the videos, the explainers, all of that comes from Logan, through Logan and her team out to city members, to city residents. It's such an important role, and she is a pleasure to work with. She is always pleasant, and she's so incredibly efficient. And it was surprising to see how she handled everything when she knew her own home was so severely damaged, and her own family, I mean, they were living out of a hotel. So I just want to say, Logan, you're one of my heroes. I'm very proud of the work that you did. You did a terrific job.
So let me just add on to that. Yolanda and Logan do a fantastic job, but I do want to thank Logan's family, because Logan, this is our Emergency Operations Center. And so Logan did live here during those hurricanes. Remember, there were only, 9 days between Helene and Milton? Was it 9 days? And you think about the stress of the situation. Our most important job is to communicate to the public what is coming. And so beyond the 2 press conferences a day, 11 and 5, but also coordinating in this very room, radio, TV, international interviews. Her team coordinated all of those things. I'm looking at you, Flan. I'm having flashbacks even as I look at you. But with a sense of calm and always thinking about how we communicate to the community how to stay safe, what is coming next,
You know, if we're going to have to shut down a sewer plant or potable water or even how to recover safely. Our web access, mobile, all those things we're throwing at Logan to get a message out that's clear to folks so they know how to take that next step and be safe. So I couldn't thank you enough for the work that you've done. I want to thank Yolanda as well. It is a team effort, and congratulations. Hope we don't have to do this for a long time.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Here, come with her.
Okay.
I'm never up here. I'm always back there. And I don't know how all of y'all have done this without notes, because I'm a crier, so I'm not going to be able to get through it, so I had to write a couple things down. Thank you very much for doing this. Oh, no. And Yolanda, thank you so much for it. She's right there with me. So, I mean, really, you're up here with me. So thank you so much. Yeah. I think I have the sentiment from everyone else that has come up here. We don't do this alone. This entire team back here, Michael Flanagan, Kyle, everyone who's here, Eliza, my whole comms team, they were all here the whole time. So thank you guys so much. And the entire city team. I mean, it really is, I guess I'm not going to read this. It really is pretty amazing to be a part of this and see all of the city team members come together and just do their jobs, but do their jobs with putting all of their personal stuff aside. It's a really kind of traumatic thing to be a part of, but it's actually really, really amazing at the same exact time. So I really am grateful that I get to stand beside you all. And really, communications, someone said this recently, that, you know, no one ever says, wow, communications, you guys did an awesome job. There's always feedback, there's always room for improvement, but we try really hard. So please know that, everyone. That's my one opportunity to say that, but really, we try really hard, and there were so many things happening. It was really unprecedented times. There were so many different messages to get out that were really unique to this situation, so we'll keep working to do better, but really, thank you so much. I think that's it. Oh yes, these two, they're the best.
What do you have there?
This is Ben and Landon. We're almost done, Landon. She's 4, so Ben and Landon, yep. Yeah, it was really to be here and know. I think that's the hardest part, and I think that would probably be everyone's testament here, especially if your home was damaged. It's really hard to be here and know that of the chaos that's happening at home, and I wouldn't be able to do it without my husband. He actually is in remediation as well, so this is his crazy. So both of us, we always say, the hurricane season really tests our marriage. We made it through another one, so hopefully. But, and Landon, you're the best. So she was such a trooper going back to the house and seeing it, and she was like, I can't wait to have a new house. So I was like, okay, all right, we're good. You know, a lot of her toys got damaged and were gone, but you were like, we're good, right? You were awesome. So thank you guys so much. Thanks.
You all couldn't see the great pride that Landon has in watching her mom that I could see. It's pretty cool. I hope these stories today gives you some hope and just reconfirms how special this community is. It truly is. And Mayor, thank you again, and Councilwoman and our fantastic chiefs. Everyone here helped this community get through it. And we're not done. We have a lot of work to do on rebuilding. And as your federal representative, you can count on me to fight for every resource to help us rebuild. I was very proud of the the millions and millions of dollars that flowed in from FEMA to our neighbors, from the Small Business Administration. Right now there are millions of dollars for small business loans to small businesses and to homeowners to help them rebuild. If you don't know about the SBA small business loans, disaster loans for individual homeowners, please talk to me or someone with my team. I filed a bill, it's the first bill I introduced in this Congress, called the Rebuild and Save Act, that would raise the cap on the amount of money you can get from that disaster loan to repair your home if you're putting it towards resilience. Right now you can put 20% of that small business disaster rebuilding loan towards making your home stronger. It gives you a bonus, but I want to raise that up to 30%, and that means for some homes maybe up to $50,000 additional dollars to help you make your home more resilient to the next storm. Think about the folks who are trying to elevate right now. It's very cost prohibitive, but if they have a little extra money, oftentimes that makes it doable. There's also a lot of turmoil in the world right now, but you can take great pride in the fact you live in the city of St. Petersburg. You live in such a wonderful community, and as Nikki Capehart said, government can't do it all, but we look out for our neighbors, we look out for each other. That's going to continue no matter what happens. We're all in this together. I'd also like to invite you, we're going to move on and do a Black History celebration at the Woodson, and you're all invited to come over there. I know that we're going to also pay tribute to the Courageous 12, the Black law enforcement officers who, after the Civil Rights Act of 1964, were the first officers to desegregate the police force. Just as we see our second African American police chief, and celebrate Tony Holloway as the first ever or excuse me, the Holloway's the second chief, and Chief Watts, first African American fire chief in the city. So progress continues. I also want to thank Nikki Capehart and the Pinellas County Urban League for sponsoring refreshments this morning from Baja Southern Cooking. Can't wait. And I wish you all a happy St. Pete Grand. We have one more? Oh boy. I'm sorry. I was on a roll. I think you you took my attention away. Okay, so now that I've closed out, we're going to go back in time, and then I don't have to do that again. Then you know where we're headed. Gosh, Lisa, come on up. I'm sorry. That's okay. This is an incredible woman to cap off our celebration. Lisa Vickers is the CEO of the Spear Dream Foundation. Spear Dream Foundation provided over $600,000 directly towards assisting individuals and families at a time when they really needed financial relief. I was talking about how FEMA's on the ground and all that, but they can't do it all, and those funds don't arrive as quickly as in an emergency. Lisa partnered with 9 of the nonprofits that the foundation supports by providing them with funds to then redirect to the grant monies to those in need, trusting that those organizations would know firsthand who needed the help. She was able to provide Pinellas neighbors with gift cards ranging from $250 to $5,000 to help folks get groceries, to get the essentials that they needed at that time. Her son, JC, is currently serving in the Navy, and daughter Lacey were both instrumental in helping the entire community and all the hurricane victims at that time. I'm so glad your home didn't flood.
A little, but not like everybody else.
But that allowed you to just keep your heart wide open and focus on helping our neighbors, and we are grateful to you. You were nominated by David Jisek, the president and CEO of the YMCA. David, here? Come on up. Good morning.
I didn't nominate her alone. I'd like to invite the other organizations that were recipients to come up because we're going to get in a photo with Lisa. I want to make sure Gina, others.
You want the list?
No. Well, they're here. They know they're here. Let me just say that, Tim Whipple is the executive director of the Spear Dream Foundation, a good friend of mine, and he, like everyone here, received an email or a text message that we're having a meeting. Lisa called a meeting. And, when Lisa calls a meeting, everybody comes, right? She has a giving heart. Lisa, you truly do have a giving heart. In fact, from the WISE perspective, we have 2 facilities, significant facilities, named after her family, the Spear Preschool Academy and the Spear YMCA. And, so we're okay with the confusion that causes when people show up at the Spear Preschool Academy to work out, but that's okay. We're okay with that confusion. We could have another one, anyway. It was a really special moment when she called us all together for a meeting to determine how best to support the community. And, each organization represented here serves in unique ways, and we have familiarity with our clients and people that we engage with. And so just to share a quick story, I've never had an opportunity in my 42 years in the Y to actually visit with a gentleman that I knew that had a sense of pride. I called him after the hurricanes and I said, "How you doing?" He said, I'm fine. He told me about the devastation of his house. And I hung up the phone and I went to that meeting and I thought, well, there's an individual that maybe I need to go and help. And I went to his house. He lives in South St. Pete, and he's in his 90s. And I stood there and told him I was going to give him a $5,000 grant that the Spear Dream Foundation had provided, and he started crying, and I started crying. And I would tell you, he didn't want to ask for help. And after I told him what we were going to do, and it just really meant so much for him. And again, a man of pride and not wanting to ask for help, but when the help came, the tears flowed, and very grateful for the opportunity. And so on behalf of all the organizations here, thank you, Lisa, for having such a generous, kind, giving heart to allow us to serve our community.
Well, you're never say good morning. Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you, guys. I just want to say thank you again to Lisa. We have our foundation, and we're kind of self-funded and by our company, so the extra help meant a lot. We found so many people in underserved communities around our area that needed the boots on the ground help, and the Spear Dream Foundation gave us the funding to be able to do that, to be able to give away this money. Between $500 and $5,000 can change somebody's life. And the Spear Dream Foundation, with help with our great city leaders, Mayor Welch and all of you folks, everybody working together, I think that was the most beautiful thing to see in such a terrible time. Thank you.
Can we get a photo with the whole team here? Why don't we just, you want to say something first?
Yes.
Yeah,
We do.
okay.
Because there's a couple people I want to have in the photo that aren't here.
Good.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much to everybody. This was a big surprise, and what an honor. And I'm very humbled to have this award. And as you can see by everybody standing up here, it's not me. We don't do it alone. There is no way we could do it alone. And who's represented here is the Coast Guard Foundation, Countryside Cares, Hands Across the Bay, Heroes of St. Pete Police and Fire Rescue, Reach St. Pete, the St. Pete Fools Charities, the Kind Mouse, the YMCA of Greater St. Petersburg, and Whatever It Takes Foundation. And I am thankful to all of these organizations from the bottom of my heart, because as a foundation, we are not allowed by IRS regulations to give to individuals. We have to give to a 501c3. So when I came back in town and saw the devastation in this city that I grew up in, raised my children in, and loved, I wanted to help. And I knew that we couldn't do everything for everyone, but we could be that bridge while they were waiting for a FEMA loan or for their insurance or something. And just to be a gap, just to be the bridge. And that's what we were able to do. And I want to take a moment, if you will allow me, and sorry, but it's going to happen. JC, please stand up. This is my son, who I'm very proud of.
All right, JC.
And I want to say that he and his sister Lacey, you know that you've done a good job, and I'm very proud, Mom. When he took time off, he took vacation from the military, from the Navy, and came down here and helped people they didn't know. Both of them went over to communities, drove around. He had a truck, drove around the communities. They were ripping out drywall, cleaning out houses, hauling furniture, shoveling sand and dirt, cleaning laundry, doing all kinds of backbreaking work for people that they never saw again, didn't know, hadn't met. And it warmed my heart that my children would do that. And I didn't ask. I didn't have to ask. They just did it all on their own and surprised me, told me later that they were doing it. And I also want to thank Tim Whipple and Heidi Green, who are here at from the Sphere Dream Foundation. Tim is our executive director and Heidi is our comptroller. I couldn't do anything. The foundation couldn't do anything without the two of them. They are truly the lifeblood that keeps it running. And then last but not least, my husband, Brett. He stood by my side. He's my rock. He's helped with the foundation. He's a place that I can come to when everything is crashing down. He's my sounding board, my voice of reason. His direction and vision with the foundation has helped propel it forward. And I want to thank you, Brett, for being my husband, my friend, my confidant, my rock. And so I appreciate it so much. I want to ask. Can't use it later. Okay, it's just for now. I'd like for JC and Brett to please come up, because what I want to say is, please come up and stand up front, because what I want to say is, thank you so much for this award, but as you can see, I heard you say earlier, it takes a village. It takes everyone. I'm accepting this on behalf of everyone and all the people in their organization that work so hard to figure out the needs to the individuals and help people that were needed. Like, I'll give you an example. Tim Whipple, our executive director, they knew him very well at Home Depot because he bought every dehumidifier, sorry, and was going around and passing them out to homes and having people use them, and then when they were done, grabbing them and taking them to the next street down. It's things like that made the difference and were able to help us. So I'm just thankful to everyone, and I appreciate all of you guys so much.
And Tim had to stop Lisa from giving away all the money.
Well, I came back and I'm like, we're not giving any grants to anybody. We're helping everybody. He's like, no.
What'd you get it up to, $850?
Yeah, $850. I got it up to $850. So that's what we've been able to do. And that's the nice thing. It's everything from the $250 up to $5,000. And what it did is for people who just lost their power and couldn't afford to put the essentials back in their refrigerator, we were able to do that to people who needed a place to live while they were waiting for their insurance. So it really we were able to do so much because of them. So thank you.
So why don't we go there for the
Okay.
picture rather than...
Okay.
We're going to bring you guys. And help us fit everyone. Hey, nicely done.
Good? Yep, okay. If you can't see us, we can't see you, okay? Right, sir, this way just a little bit. There we go, yep, okay. Three, two, one. One more time. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much.
Here, Lisa. I just shared with Lisa what extraordinary generosity she's displayed, and Brett and Lacey, thank you, or JC, thank you. Mayor, this must make you incredibly proud. It's so inspiring. We're St. Pete, is that what you want to say? Well, thanks everybody. Thank you for being part of this celebration. And if you know of anyone else who needs a pat on the back, who you saw, like the folks here today, just displayed extraordinary generosity or heroism, someone who's modest, who often doesn't get the recognition they need, will you please let us know in our office, let the mayor know so we can celebrate them too. But we are going to rebuild. We're going to be stronger and more resilient. We're going to be ready for whatever comes ahead. But I hope you take away a little bit of inspiration from these stories today and these incredible, incredible neighbors who just gave everything to make sure the rest of the community was healthy and well. Okay, thanks. Let's party. Yep.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year
in
for
St. Pete
us.
when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations, St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes. All part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
that Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball. They are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something that can do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity.
Our Rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward.
methodically, the intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our Rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office, so we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
Set, hike, go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Weeden Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown. It feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, "You know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger." Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Al-Lang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh. So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking and they were happy and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came
Why
through.
are we
But
drinking beer? We should have.
we should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, somebody told me this years later, that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do. Because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. So it's like the welcoming front porch to the community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620, and I'd have to say first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of 1st Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, you know, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, you know, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day. meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the city of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the city of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for the families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. You know, I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's, you know, something a lot of people don't get to do.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have 2 faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Welcome to the April 2025 meeting of the Community Planning and Preservation Commission for the City of St. Petersburg. This commission reviews proposed changes to the comprehensive plan, land use and zoning, as well as historic preservation related proposals, and makes recommendations to the City Council. Our agenda today includes presentations. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent each have approximately 10 minutes for their presentation. After the presentations, each member of the public who wishes to address the commission will have 3 minutes to speak. When called on to speak, please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We ask that you make your remarks brief and not repetitive of prior testimony. All questions are to be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. At the conclusion of these steps, the commission will enter into executive session. Commissioners may ask questions at any time during the process upon being recognized by the chair. I ask at this time that all cell phones be silenced. And Iris, can we have roll call?
Sorry. Marbe?
Here.
Gardner? Magnello? Carrasco? Davis?
Here.
Jeffrey? Here. Nelson?
Here.
Michaels?
Here.
Drake?
Here.
Wanamaker? And we have a quorum.
All right, at this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And at this time, I will ask that if there are any members of the audience that wish to speak today, please remain standing or stand again and raise your right hand so that Iris can swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Yes. You may be seated.
If you are not the owner, applicant, agent, or registered opponent affiliated with an item on the agenda today and wish to speak, please fill out a green comment card at the front podium and hand it to the clerk. Okay. Seeing none. Next on the agenda is the approval of the meeting minutes from last month, which includes the revised minutes that were sent on Friday with the minor edits. Is there any discussion or comments? Okay. If there are no corrections to the minutes, I will take a motion.
Move approval.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, minutes are approved. Next is a public comment portion of this meeting. Is there anyone today that wishes to speak on anything that is not on the agenda today? Seeing none, at this time, I'll have Iris read the first item into the record.
And this is City File number 25-902-00026. The request is a review of a certificate of appropriateness application for window replacement at 3135 7th Avenue North, a contributing property in a local historic district. The owner is Aaron O'Brien, the agent Eduardo Martinez with Window Wall, and Cindy Kohanic is the staff planner in this case.
All right, good afternoon. Cindy Kohanic, Historic Preservationist for the City of St. Petersburg. This project is a COA review for 3135 7th Ave North. One public comment was received after the meeting packet was posted to the website and was forwarded to the commission as well as the applicant. The public comment was basically regarding the requirement for the windows to be recessed and concerning that. 3135 7th Ave North is located in the Northwest Kenwood Local Historic District. It is listed as contributing to both the local and the National Register historic districts. The frame vernacular house on site was moved here from the outside the city in 1932. A section of the front porch on the right side was filled in for use as heated space at some point. The 1951 Sanborn map on the left shows that section of the porch was still open at the time. This change is not specifically addressed in permits, but in 1958, a permit is listed for repairs to the porch and for floor replacement to concrete. Thus, it appears the right side porch enclosure occurred sometime after that. The porch on the left side was screened in at one point, as you can see in the FMSF survey photo here, but it has since been reopened. COA request is for window replacement for 12 windows on the main structure. 8 are original or historic windows, which are labeled 1 through 8 on this floor plan. 4 of them are not original or historic, and they are labeled as windows 9 through 12 on the plan. The proposed replacement windows are PGT vinyl impact windows. All windows except for number 12 are proposed to be replaced to match the existing configurations on the house. This includes 1/1 for the windows in openings 1 through 10, and a roller window in opening number 11. For opening number 12 on the front, it currently houses 2 awning windows and is proposed to be replaced with a single horizontal fixed light window. The existing awning windows appear to be modern vinyl replacements, but the functionality and configuration of these awning windows may date back to when the porch was first enclosed, which may have been as early as 1958. The date's not exact, or we don't have an exact date for that. The mullions or vertical divisions between the paired windows are proposed to be replaced. The existing wood mullions appear to be in good condition and are either historic or replaced in kind. They appear to measure approximately 4 to 5 inches in width. The proposed replacement mulls are 1 1/4 inches in width. This change in width may be less noticeable due to the additional vinyl frame materials in the adjacent windows, but ultimately the proposed replacement of the mullions is inconsistent with the guidelines due to the material, dimension, and profile changes proposed. The change in the mullion also has the potential domino effect of creating a change in the width for the adjacent windows, anywhere from 2 3/4 inches to 3 3/4 inches total over both windows. But again, that may be offset by the difference in material of the vinyl replacement windows. This next slide here shows a few examples of paired windows from the PGT WinGuard catalog. None of these examples are the exact configuration that we would see here. Most of these appear to be like casement or fixed windows. The casements typically do have more frame material in them. And the drawing on the right is the drawing of the proposed mullion from the application materials. The staff report does include a statement on the need to utilize a box frame or a flange frame that can be recessed into the opening to match the existing. This proposed flange frame is illustrated in the middle drawing. That's from the application materials. Should be able to be recessed as long as the buck or blind stop is far enough back in the overall opening. Previous projects have utilized the same window and the same flange and were able to accomplish the same window or window recess as illustrated in the image on the left, which is actually from 2610 Burlington Ave, which had the same windows replaced, these same windows utilized a few years back. And then the window image, the image on the right is actually from our design guidelines, just illustrating some of these details. In summary, staff evaluation yields that most of the relevant criteria were not met for the granting of a certificate of appropriateness. About half the criteria were met for the guidelines for alterations, and many of the relevant criteria were met for the guidelines for window replacement. Much of the inconsistencies listed in the staff report related back to the proposed replacement of the mullions and the change in the configuration for the front awning windows. Ultimately, staff is recommending approval with conditions for the COA for the replacement windows at 3135 7th Ave North. Conditions include the standard conditions of approval, which are 4 through 7 listed here, as well as the retention of the existing or a similar function configuration for windows on the front, the preservation of the existing mullions between the paired windows to be replaced, and the requirement for windows to be recessed to match the existing. That concludes my report. Staff is here if you have any questions, and the applicant owner is actually here as well.
Great, thank you so much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? And when you get up to the podium, can you just state your name and address? Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin O'Brien. I'm the owner of 3135 7th Avenue North. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Just wanted to add to the report and provide a few additional details that may not have been covered. I've been the owner of this home for about 12 years, purchased in 2013. I've also been a resident of St. Petersburg since 2009. When I did purchase the home, it was not considered a historic district, but I, of course, have been excited to see how the neighborhood has upheld its character and have been happy to be part of that. So again, I'm here today because the windows, I believe the replacement is essential. It's not cosmetic. What I'm looking to do here is to replace windows that are, of course, dated, they are not energy efficient, and they are not hurricane impact rated. When the opportunity recently came that I was able to go forward with this project and met with our contractor, Window Wall, who's also here today, and may be able to answer some questions that I can't regarding technical specs. I am certainly not a window expert. So I just want to talk about a few points that were not covered in the report to clarify some things on the frame type and the window specs and the staff recommendations. Again, we're replacing 12 windows. I have included some photos here that I can reference to show that the windows are not currently in good condition. This photo here is actually of window number 1, and you can see that it's missing part of the hardware. So when I moved into this home, all of the original windows were actually painted shut, which I believe was due to previous occupants trying to make the home safer. So we were able to open some of them, but many of the windows currently are inoperable, which of course does not necessarily affect the look of the windows, but it does affect the usability of them. Also the condition, as we'll go, I won't read all of this, I think most of it was covered. All I'm trying to do here is replace these windows with energy efficient hurricane impact rated windows, while of course keeping the existing aesthetic and the look of the home. I took some photos of these examples here. So the windows are noted. You can see that there is some cracking in the wood. There are gaps, and some of the, I believe it's called glazing, has chipped off. So as I was taking these photos, you can feel the air conditioning from the house coming outside. So replacing these windows would, of course, save money in my energy bills as well as my insurance, which is, of course, always appreciated. So I believe that we can replace these windows while keeping the same look of the originals, and that's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to increase the aesthetic of the house. I just want to keep the way they look and make them a little bit more functional, and also help contribute to the energy value and the safety of the home. These single pane windows also are not very strong. I can tell you that my dog actually was able to jump through one of the windows, broke it. So if my dog can jump through the window, I'm sure somebody that was walking by, and if wanted to rob the house or come inside, they would be able to break the glass as well. So again, just trying to increase the safety of the home. This was addressing the public comment about the flange windows, and I would probably refer to Window Wall to address this in more detail. But basically, the reason this was chosen was just because it is the standard frame for these windows. And we do believe that the visual outcome will remain the same. There's going to be no change in the visual outcome. Window Wall is going to do their best to maintain the recess and the dimensions of the existing windows. So again, we are absolutely open to suggestions and the recommendations of the commission. Again, looking for hurricane resistance here and meeting code compliance and preserving the historic look. So if the commission has changes they recommend, we are open to those. We just ask that those changes not be made to the actual windows themselves that would require us to start this process all over. And again, we appreciate the professional assessment of the staff report, and we hope that we can come to a conclusion that works for everyone, that still meets the requirements of the historic preservation area, as well as the guidelines required to install these new windows. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those, although I may also need to refer to somebody with a little bit more technical background on the windows. But I do appreciate your time today. Thank you for letting me speak. And that's all.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move into public hearing, but I did not receive any green comment cards on this, so we can move into cross-examination. Does city staff have any cross-examination?
City staff waives.
Okay. Does the applicant have any cross-examination? Does the city staff have any rebuttal or closing remarks?
I will state that the front 2 awning windows we're not exactly sure on the date. So while typically we would have a request that be replaced with awning or maybe 2 fixed windows in a similar appearance. I don't know, it's up to the commission's purview if they want to see that or if they are okay with the fixed horizontal light. The horizontal light tends to be something that zoning frowns upon, so that might be a concern as well. However, it's 6 of one, half dozen of another, because we can't prove that those are historic, and those have been there since '58, so thank you.
Does the applicant have any closing remarks?
Just as a comment on that window 12, again, we are happy to consider. I believe the reason that the fixed window single pane or single across was chosen was as a cost savings measure and also to increased hurricane impact resistance. But if that was a sticking point, we are of course open to reconsidering that.
Great. All right, so now the commissioners are going to move into executive session. Does anyone have any comments that would like to start? Yes.
I have a little bit of input. I know the house, and so there are a couple things. The porch was actually enclosed in the 80s for the woman that lived in there at the time by her daughter, Elizabeth, that lives across the street from you. And I think Kathy Young was the person that renovated and added that I'll call it trellis or whatever, awning type things underneath it, probably at about 98 or so. So I don't think it is historic. I guess the question I'd have, we saw a presentation a couple of months ago where there was a panel underneath the window that created more of a visual appearance to that. And I just wondered if you'd given any thought to the idea of trying to do that. So you get the privacy, you get the awning windows, but somehow you're getting more of a vertical nature to it to make it look more attractive.
I think my only concern there would be is that room is currently serving as my closet. So I would be concerned about the privacy of increasing the vertical, look of a window.
We're talking about well, I can show you a picture that might help, but keep the windows the same, but a panel, much like they added that wooden structure underneath, just to give it more of an appropriate look for the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's something we could consider if need be.
Could we see a picture of that?
Yes.
No?
Do we have a picture of that was in the staff report? That's of what you're talking about?
No.
Because we just can't take your phone, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Just kidding.
Did you have any?
No, that's it.
Can we pull up the conditions 1 through 7? Cindy, is that possible?
I'm sorry?
Could we pull up conditions 1 through 7? And my question to the applicant would be, have you guys reviewed 1 through 3 for these?
Yes.
Would you mind going up?
So regarding number 1, which is the replacement for 12, and again, that is something that we are open to adjust if need be. Again, the reasoning for choosing the current window was cost and impact resistance, but because at the time I was not aware that that was a direct, and again, the window that we're referencing is not historic here, so kind of thought it would be okay. The number 2, so this may be something I might ask our representative from Window Wall to discuss. I'm not sure if he's able to do that, but from what we just discussed a few minutes ago. So the existing wood mullions are actually hollow because of the window type, and the covering over that is really aluminum. So I don't believe we're doing a significant change. It's not all of the original materials, and I don't believe that the windows that we would be installing are able to be exactly replicated with the wood mullions. I could be wrong on that. And then condition number 3 is, we've been told that the setback into the wall plane is going to match the existing historic recess from 2 and of at least 2 inches. That is my understanding that that will be retained.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Does anyone have any comments about 1 and 2 of these approvals or any other comments?
I just was curious if the 2-inch setback was going to be written into the scope at all, or if it just says, yes, we'll do that, or if it's written actually into the scope of work. Or if it could be.
Am I able to allow our contractor to comment?
Yeah.
Are you able to answer that question?
And hello. And when you get up,
Rafael, yes, coming from window wall, I'm the project manager. The window will match exactly the same spot it is right now. It's gonna match the 2 inches on the recess. The line number 12, that the window you asked before to her, it will match. It will not match like the way the window will open, but from the review, it will match the same size and the same type of glass pretty much. Because 2 layers slider is mean like you got 2 panels and you're gonna run only 1 panel, but when you shut the window, you're gonna have 2 pieces of glass, like pretty much the same thing you had before.
Okay.
All right.
thank you. Does anyone else have any comments?
One quick question. From the staff report, it did discuss that the mullion was quite a bit smaller width-wise, but you're saying that what is on there now is just a piece of like a capping of aluminum? It's not a part of the original window?
Yes. We planning to change the wood mullion for aluminum mullion because those type of windows you had before, between those wood you have like a piece of metal, and that piece of metal is made the window open and close. And to install our windows properly attached, we need to put aluminum or like a piece of pipe on between window because those wood is hollow, and it's impossible to attach our window to the wood mullions properly.
Okay, because it's going from like 4 inches to 1 1/4, I think.
Exactly. The thing is, we can match the window for the exterior capping. It's gonna look pretty much the same thing. The mold bar will not have the same thing, but at the end, the final result, you're gonna have the 4 inches on between windows.
Thank you. Do we, as a group, agree with all of the conditions, or do we want to revisit any of the conditions?
Well, I'm not clear about where the applicant stands with respect to the conditions 1 through 3. Are you able to abide by those conditions?
So it looks like 3 we were good with. So it was just 1 and 2, I think.
Yes, 3. Yes, we are fine with condition number 3. Condition number 2, I would say it will visually match the existing. The materials might be slightly different, but I can confirm, I think you asked about an aluminum cap, and yes, that's essentially, I think, what it is. But if you tap exterior, on the exterior part of the window, on the interior, I think it's still wood, but on the exterior, it at some point was either replaced with aluminum or maybe that was part of the original. But we can keep the same look of the exterior for condition number 2. I don't believe it's possible to have the existing wood mullions remain. And then for condition number 1, if that is definitely a condition and it needs to, so let me just clarify. So right now it is 1 window, but it looks like it's 2 because it's got the separation in the middle. Mm-hmm. So you would be okay with, we would just need to get a different type of window so that it has that separation in the middle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, okay. We do that. We'd have to talk about it, but.
Would you mind stepping up, or?
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
The window on between those pieces of glass, you had a separation right now.
Okay.
I can show you a picture how look two slides lighter. If you can compare to the opening you have right now.
Okay. Can we look at a? Yes.
You have it in the presentation.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Is it the same photos I already have in the presentation?
No, I
Or
gonna
different?
show you like for something recent how look.
Okay. Right, then yeah, you can put it down there.
This one is three lights lighter. You see the on between glass you had a.
Would you mind just stepping up to the microphone really quick? Thank you.
So are you suggesting a slider?
Yeah, that's right now. That one is three light slider. The one she have right now is two light slider. You see like the white streak on between two glass. She gonna have the same thing on the two light, but on the middle, it will look pretty much the same she have right now.
So it would be a slider.
Yes, that's the one you choose right now.
Okay. Would you mind, I'm sorry, would you mind pulling up 1 through 7 again, just so that we can look at it? Okay.
So just to clarify, the existing is 2 movable awning windows right now.
Yes.
So they lift up. And so it sounds like you could potentially do a slider, which would leave you with that division in the center.
Mhm.
The same thing would happen with an awning, or if you did 2 separate fixed light in the center, which is what the staff condition was potentially contemplating. I did not contemplate a slider in that, so.
Okay.
You may be looking at an edit at number 1 then.
Okay.
And number 12 is the one that we're kind of unsure of the date, correct?
Yeah, number 12 is the one on the infill on the front porch, and it sounds like Commissioner Jeffrey said that might have been done around the 80s, which there is a permit for the siding on the house at the time, which I think in the staff report I mentioned might have been part of a larger project. We just didn't have, there's not a whole lot of permit details from that time period.
Okay.
And for the mullions, some of the changes could have been made previously. Typically what you have is some framing wood in the center there. It sounds like that might have been taken out over the years. It is typical to leave the wood mullions in the center, especially if you have the framing, the 2x4 or whatever framing in the center still. If that's not existing, you could always recreate it with wood and then put the 2 individual windows in, or use the options are to use that or to go back and frame it out with wood.
And that's what number 2 is stating.
Yeah, and that is typical. You typically had to have a lot more in the center because you had the sash packs. Essentially, you had the pulleys and everything else. I'm sorry, not the sash packs, the pulleys and all the functioning. You had the double width in the center because you had 2 windows next to each other. So there essentially is a pocket in there for all of that to function.
Okay. Okay, so can we pull up 1 through 7? So sounds like we'll need to discuss an edit to number 1 regarding the potential for a sliding window replacement to keep that middle divide.
If I could comment. I think, wasn't the other option to do 2 fixed windows versus a slider? I mean, I think that's what you had recommended in your staff report.
I pondered, frankly, I didn't ponder the slider, and it's not unheard of. It is something that would have a similar appearance. You're just going to have the sash, the difference in the level of the recess of each sash, because one has to go behind the other. So I just pondered the, awning configuration or a fixed light configuration, which would still give you that piece down the center that looks like they're 2 separate windows. They don't necessarily have to function the same way.
And I'm sorry, what side? This is not on the facade. This is on like the side of the house?
This is on the front.
It's on the front.
It's on the very front, yep. So it is, let's go back to the main house. And that's from the FMSF photo, but it is this piece on the right-hand side of the house.
Thank you.
I think I'd prefer that it either be 2 fixed panels or 2 awning panels and not a slider, because that's a very different look.
I agree. I think the depth with the slider would be different, especially at the front of the house.
So now it seems like the only condition that needs to be addressed is condition 2. Potentially.
And all those windows, they're either recessed on the porch or on the side of the building, correct?
All windows on the house are currently recessed, yes.
No, not recessed just within the opening, but can you pull the front picture back up again?
This one?
Or actually go back to your window diagram. There you go. Okay, so the windows we're talking about, other than the ones that are on the back side of the porch, everything else is on the side or back of the building.
That's correct. 12 and 1 and 2 are technically on the front. You've got 11, which could be seen from the street, and 3 and 4, which could also be seen from the street. 5 and 6 aren't going to be very visible, and the rest of them around the back or the side.
Okay.
Does anyone have any, do we have any edits to number 2 as a group?
I guess looking at the way the windows 1 and 2 are recessed in the porch and the others are on the side, I'm not sure that that's something I want to commit to or necessarily need to commit to 2.
Okay. Does anyone else have any thoughts or opinions on omitting 2?
I would agree to omit it. I feel since they're on the side, it's warranted.
Okay. How does the applicant, really quick before we move into it, so there's 1 through 7 of the conditions, so essentially we'd be talking about moving forward with an approval with conditions of accepting 1 and then 3 through 7. Are you guys amenable to that? Okay. All right. Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness application for window replacement at 3135 7th Ave North, a contributing property in a local historic district, to approve with conditions listed in the staff report 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We have a
Second.
second. Okay.
If I may.
Yes.
Just one clarifying question. So we're not looking for the wood mullions to remain or the existing mullions to remain on any of the paired windows to utilize what they're proposing in the application, which is the vinyl or the metal. I think it's a metal backing with basically the vinyl flange window. I just want to clarify that we're all on the same page. All right, great. Thank you.
All right. Can we take a vote?
Yes. Marvier?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Jeffrey?
Yes?
Nelson?
Yes.
Michaels?
Yes.
Drake?
No.
And that motion passes.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I make one additional comment?
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture of what I'm thinking about. I just think that might enhance the look of your house quite a bit, but we did not make it a condition.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for your time. And at this point, we will move into updates and announcements.
Ready for it?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you for attending today and such a short agenda. We only have one case. Looking forward to next month. We are already looking at 3 certificates of appropriateness and 1 land use amendment case. there could be additional discussion items added to the agenda. One of the things that we could potentially do as a commission in workshop session after completion of the meeting is to discuss a forthcoming joint meeting between the commission and the city council. We don't need to do that in May. We could do that in June, but the joint meeting is tentatively scheduled for August 28th at 1:30. The purpose of that joint meeting is for this commission to meet and discuss with the city council all matters pertaining to historic preservation, whether that is language in the comprehensive plan or language in Chapter 16 of the land development regulations. There was a meeting 3 years ago, and at that time it was decided to have a 3-year period and then come back and have another joint meeting. So if there are issues that you think are reoccurring or need to be addressed maybe a little more deeply in the code language, based on your experience here or out in the community, that is something that I would ask you to consider now and bring that to our attention as staff so that we can properly prepare materials ahead of that joint meeting to help your discussion with the council members. And if you'd like, we can schedule a workshop after the meeting next month. We would adjourn the public hearing and then immediately just transition into a workshop discussion if that is helpful to you. Or we can schedule that at a later date.
I have a question about that. So I wasn't here 3 years ago, and so is it possible, was that meeting recorded, and is it possible for us to either be sent the minutes or perhaps even, the recorded meeting? That way we can watch back and see kind of what those topics of conversation were so that we can prep even for next month's workshop to watch that beforehand. I'm not sure.
We'll have Ms. Nguyen email you a copy of the report that was prepared.
Okay.
The report had a lot of backup material.
Okay.
Kind of setting up each issue, discussion item. So we will have that report emailed out to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Some months ago, I had given the commission a number of recommendations regarding what might be done to further enhance historic preservation in the city. If we could have that, those recommendations sent out to the commission again, I'd appreciate it.
Of course. We'll include that in the same email, the earlier packet.
Perfect.
One of the other things I wanted to just mention, some of you have worked with Liz Abernethy over the years, and she is in her retirement right now. So we still have her for a couple more weeks of work in the month of May, but she'll be officially retired. So there has been some discussion about our department, how that might look afterwards. And so the city and the administration is still working on reorganization of the department and leadership, and so we'll have an update for everybody shortly on what that might look like. Preparing for Historic Preservation Month in May, I did want to let you know we did send out an invitation to all the neighborhood associations that include a part or in whole National Register and local historic districts. So our invitation was to come out and meet with the association and give historic preservation specific presentation. We haven't received any responses or invitations back yet, but of course we were targeting Historic Preservation Month, but it is an open invitation. So whether you received an invitation or you're just watching the meeting today, we are prepared to come out to any neighborhood association at any time of the year and give a presentation on all aspects of the historic preservation program, whether it is incentives or regulatory understanding of how the code is set up. Finally, I'll mention that our department continues to monitor state legislation. So obviously they're in session right now. On April 22nd, I believe, is the 50th day of their session. All the committee meetings will be coming to a close, and so at that point we'll have a better sense of what bills might still be active. And then the session closes 10 days later on the 60th day. And so we're just continuing to monitor that, whether there are planning-related issues or preservation issues. There are a number of planning and zoning issues that we are monitoring right now. So we will be able to report back to this commission and update, whether that is through maybe some written correspondence by email, or we can give a presentation at the future meeting in May or June. But that concludes our updates for you right now. Thank you.
I think that that would be really great after session ends to have a workshop on what does go through with this session.
Okay.
Quick question, the invitations that were sent to the neighborhood associations, were they emailed or mailed, physically mailed out?
It was email invitations to Downtown Neighborhood Association, Historical Northeast Neighborhood Association, Historic Kenwood, Uptown Rosa Park, and then we also had included community services for distribution, and if there were other associations that they were familiar with that might be interested, they could be routed through their office as well.
Okay, thank you.
You brought up several months ago one of the House bills, I guess, that was approved, and if I understood it correctly, it limited reduction in zoning or something. Is that, do I have that right, and do you remember which bill that was?
I think I know what you're referring to. So following the hurricane impact at Fort Myers, there was a prohibition for a period of time on land development regulations that were determined to be more restrictive. And there was a perimeter buffer around the landfall point within which that rule applied. We were within that original buffer. And so for a period of time, we were communicating that to the public because we were under that restriction. That has since gone away, and we are not under that Fort Myers related emergency action.
Okay, thanks.
There is a new bill in the legislature right now that is being considered that does come back into a restriction on land development changes following a emergency storm impact. And so that is one of the bills that we are monitoring right now.
Thanks.
Great. All right. Does anybody, do you have any more updates? Does anyone else have any updates or announcements they'd like to share? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all, and we are adjourned.
clear of any down powered lines, report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
it.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, I'm like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete, you know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but There's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut. Did it!
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the rain's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in three main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home, or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity.
Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay. Donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada.
Thank you.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate. Respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, you know, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the city of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the city of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. You know, I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's, you know, something a lot of people don't get to do.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, you know, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, you know, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, you know, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, you know, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, you know, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
My name is Lisa Plani, and my business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the Pink Streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent, and I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses we'll be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plant life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trail's given me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them, and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here, and incredible, good, fun job.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was going to fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanics / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs, certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town, streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to behold be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as a police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inlufindated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good, and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
Water, right? So of course it was the fountain.